Good morning. How is everybody? I hope you guys are doing good on this Monday morning ahead of Hurricane. I want my stapler. Give me back my stapler. This is my stapler, Milton. All right. So I am refreshing the YouTubes to make sure that we don't miss the beginning of the trial. Nothing so far I see is scheduled um, on like Law and Crime or Court TV. I expect that to change shortly, though. They're usually they're such huge channels that they don't have to really give a lot of notice before they go live, whereas your girl does. So 4 years, 7 months in the making. This has taken so long to get here. Preschool Granny member for 11 months. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and me. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been a long time coming. And not just for, I mean, yes, obviously we've all been waiting for this. We've all been watching, waiting every time we get close. And then another attorney says, you know what? I've had enough. I'd like to withdraw. But most importantly, for George's family, they have been waiting a long time for this. I mean, can you imagine being a family member and the disappointment every time you get close to trial and thinking, okay, we're going to go, this is happening. Justice is coming for George. People are going to know what happened to him and all of those things. And then boom, another lawyer withdrawals or there's a continuance, and that's got to be incredibly disappointing. I watch a lot of trials, but I also watch a lot of things about like family members of the victims. And I try to watch if there's a story about it, about a victim's family coming forward and wanting to talk about their loved one. I try to watch it almost every time. If I can, I do. And I know that for the victim's family, they feel like the trial is sort of the first step to begin the healing process. I don't like to use the word closure. And the reason I don't like to use the word closure is because years and years and years ago, HBO did a documentary where they followed two families. One family was the family of the victim. The other family was the family of the perpetrator, and the perpetrator was sentenced to death. So it was all along that journey up until the execution date. And after the actual execution, they spoke to family members, and it was interesting, and it resonated with me because when all of it was said and done and the execution had taken place, the family members all pretty much said, while this is a resolution, it's not closure because nothing will bring our loved one back. And so when I watch these trials, especially ones that I'm really super invested in, like I've followed the whole investigation, like with Sarah Boone, like with Letitia Stout, like with Leilani Simon, who's coming up in a couple of days. When I'm super invested in those trials, the Adelson trials, and the trial comes and then it ends with a guilty verdict, and then sentencing begins and their sentence and everything. It's always feels hollow because while it's a good thing that the right person is in prison for the crime, which I think is important, that the right person is charged, the right person is tried, and the right person is convicted for the crime. It's hollow because it doesn't bring Gannon back. It won't bring Quentin Simon back. It won't bring JJ, Tylee, Charles, Tammy. It won't bring them back, and particularly, I say this all the time, particularly with children, you know, when you take a child's life, when a child's life is taken, what really is taken is the all of the firsts, right? That's taken away from the family. Their life is taken, everything they would celebrate with their family, that's taken. But the what gets taken from the world is that child's potential. You never, ever, ever know what a child is going to do. They're capable of anything. The possibilities are endless with a child. And when that's taken away, it's sad. And it's a sad commentary on the state of the world, in my opinion. And it's a bummer. And bummer is such a lame word. I don't have really adequate words, honestly, to convey the depths of sadness, really, and what it takes from the world. It's just sad. It's just awful. So, let me give you guys a little update on things at Casa Bindi. So, her Milton is Miltoning out there in the Gulf, getting, playing in those warm Gulf waters, and they've adjusted the track a little bit. And quite frankly, the adjustment in the track doesn't change anything for me. It's not like a relief. The storm is huge. So where Florida is going to be hit again. And I think, okay, Carolina here in Florida, that's Pacific time. So that's 3 hours from now, 6 a.m., babe. 6 a.m. Um, so yeah, but it doesn't change anything for me. I'm worried because particularly in my area, um, Helene lingered off of our coast in my area for a little longer than they had predicted and moved in a little closer than they had predicted. And so, the storm is circular, so it wraps around. So you get hit with one wave, and then as it moves on shore, you get hit with another. And the worst time of it is when the eye of the storm is parallel to your area of the coast. That's the worst if it's not making landfall, right? So as it moved up north and skirted along the coast of Florida, it lingered. And there are a lot of trees here because of that were weakened. Now, I will say in my specific neighborhood, the power lines have been upgraded. They're not wooden, they're the metal ones. They're the big, sturdy, like triangle ones, And so in that aspect, we're lucky. But if you are in the path of Milton, and if you are along the west coast of Florida, you're in the path, you're going to get something. Please follow emergency management's instructions. If they tell you to evacuate, if you can evacuate, evacuate. I understand living here how it is with those evacuations. I get it. If you're in a mobile home, your structure is not safe. Get out. I know it's hard. Nobody wants to go to a shelter, but please do what emergency management tells you. I know that here in Florida, we see tropical storms, we see hurricanes every hurricane season, and is the same. Not always do we get a landfall. Not always do we actually get a storm here in Florida. Not every year, but for the last few years we have. And people get complacent and think, well, I've ridden one out before. Um, and I understand that. And part of the problem, and I don't think that people understand this. And before we start, just because there's nothing, happening right now, I do want to talk about this because I think it's important. And I think the only way that you could understand what I'm about to say really is if you're here in Florida. So when you live in Florida, okay, obviously, yes, Florida is a vacation destination, but it's also a place where people live and work every single day. And some of the issue about evacuating has to do with employers, frankly, whether they allow their employees to be off. Most employers have you working right up until the day of the hurricane. The only reason they shut down is because um, in this particular area, the Bay Area, there are so many bridges and causeways. So when the bridges get shut down, then obviously that cuts off, your ability to get to certain places. So they'll shut down for that. But by the time that happens, truly, it's almost too late to evacuate, even if you wanted to. And that's just the way that it is. And I think that people don't understand that. And I didn't understand that. When Hurricane Katrina happened, I was pregnant with Mini Bindi and I was a scheduled C-section. So the hurricane hit, and then I went in for my scheduled C-section and I was glued to the coverage. So much so that I remember the nurses coming in and saying, "You've got to turn this off. You cannot just sit and watch this the whole time." And I said, "I can and I will." And I watched and I thought to myself, why do these people not evacuate? And now I understand why. That's why. Because a lot of people, a lot of employers don't let you stop working. And what are you going to do? You still have to, even during the hurricane and after the hurricane, you still have to provide for your family. So what are you supposed to do? You can't be like the song says and tell, your employer, "Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more." You just can't do that. You have to work. And so what we do at this house, I can't speak to other people. I can only speak here. We're prepared. We have um, everything that can be moved and tied down so it does not become flying debris has been done. The gutters have been cleaned to make sure that they don't get clogged so that they will drain properly. That was one thing we learned, past experience in tropical storms. And, that's that. So let's get over here to let's check on the Orange County Clerk of Court's website and see what's going on. All right, I'm going to go on the home site. There is no notices on their homepage as far as and when I checked this morning, the trial of the hearing that was scheduled for 9 a.m. Oh, for Pete's sake, CAPTCHA, quit doing this to me where I have to select pictures of motorcycles, but it's a single picture. I never I did it. I got it right. Usually I overclick and then I regret it. And then the next time around, I underclick and then I have to do it again. All right. So the hearing is still on as scheduled. Yesterday, very late. I don't know if if you weren't here last night, I did a reading of a dramatic reading of every single letter. Okay. Which, bruh, I didn't realize how many letters Sarah had sent over the course of 2 years. It started in 2022 and went all the way to 2023, 2024. Okay. There was a brief moment in time where Sarah was not sending letters to the trial judge anymore. She instead set her sights on the judge who handled her and Brian's divorce case. So she was writing letters, and those are all closed. Okay, those files are all sealed. They're not viewable by to the public. I mean, they're not sealed. That's not the right word. They're not available to be looked at online. You can request them, and you can go in person to view them. All right, so I did a dramatic reading. There'll be a part two, likely tonight, because, I've got to do it. I said I would do it, and I will do it. So if you missed that, go and check that video out. But before I started the reading, the dramatic reading of the letters, I've been watching the clerk's court, the court's clerk website, because I was expecting a motion in limine from the state, not from the defense. And we got one from the defense. So if you missed that, I want to go ahead and talk about that a little bit. And Carolina, first time I see this channel, will you be streaming the Sarah case? Yes, I will. And as soon as the court goes live, we'll be live with the court every morning. As long as there is a trial day, your girl Jen Lou will be here every day. We're going to do it this way. We're going to have, Alicia, hope everything goes well. Alicia says, I'm waiting for my partner to have day surgery. He's a man-child. Well, I hope everything goes great. I'm sure that it will. Okay, so this is the schedule. We will stream every single day beginning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. Every day there's a day. Every day the trial's scheduled, we'll be here. We're going to do it in two parts. We will do a morning session, okay? We'll take an hour off for lunch with the court. Then we will resume for the afternoon session and go until the end of court day. That's how we're going to do it every day. So let's hold on. Let me just check one more time, because now it's getting a little, how am I not seeing this? I see everybody else that's covering the Boone case that's live or gonna be live, but I don't see Law and Crime. Do they know something we don't know? Let me look. Un momentito, por favor. Let's see. You know what? It could be. I know that Governor DeSantis is supposed to do a press conference, and I believe that press conference is scheduled to begin on at 9 a.m. And so that might be what's going on. But I don't see a live scheduled. What the frack? Maybe I'm blind. They are, Preschool Granny says, aren't they doing jury selection today? Yes, they are. However, there are times when the jury selection process is streamed. They just don't show, the actual jury members. Okay. So that happens. But also there's this motion. Let me just get to that really quick and read it to you guys. Let me share the screen. Let's talk about it just while we're waiting here. I'm continuing to refresh. That might be just a little too big. Let me see how it looks. I can make it a little bigger. If you do me a favor, you guys in the chat, is this big enough for you to be able to read along with me, or should I make it a little bit bigger? I think I can do it like this. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that's as I think that's as big as I can make it. Okay. All right. I feel like I need to add that soundbite from, like, remember when you were a kid and they used to read to you? They had these books that came with tapes, cassettes, and it would say, "You'll know it is time to turn the page when you hear this." And there was a little chime or whatever. And let me see if I can make it bigger. If it's not big enough, if you're watching on your phone or any other handheld device, what you can do is you can pinch the screen to zoom. It works better if you turn off the chat. You know, okay. That's as really as big as I can make it, or I'm not going to be. But oh, you know what I can do? Let me change the layout. How about now, you guys? Is that better? Or I can even do, no, that doesn't change anything. Hold on. No, that doesn't. Let's do it like this. All right. I might wonder if this does something. No. All right, we're just going to do it like this. All right, here we go. Sorry, you guys, not very professional. Should have had these issues worked out. All right, so the defendant, by and through the undersigned counsel and under sections 90.402 and 403 and 404, basically, let's see, is asking the honorable court to exclude certain evidence at the trial of this case, specifically redacting portions of the 2-hour interrogation video at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. It goes through the information. And what they want redacted is the exchange in that interrogation video where Sarah talks about Eli and Kim, the neighbors, and they say the argument from the from Owens is essentially that this information, this dialogue that is contained in this portion of the interrogation video is not, it's more prejudicial than probative, and that it's unnecessary. And so taking it out doesn't harm the prosecution's case, but it could potentially harm Sarah's. And I personally think that the specific part that Sarah really, that they want out is this. Wait, where is it? Where'd it go? Right here. Apparently there was an issue where Sarah needed to use the bathroom, and there was a kerfuffle about where she could go potty or not go potty, and Kim and Eli wouldn't let her in or whatever. And she said Eli and Kim are not nice people, they're standoffish. But here's the part that I think is causing the issue for Sarah Boone. And of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're families. That's what you really want to know. And I hope it doesn't get them in trouble. But he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card. And Scott Lowen says, "What does that got to do with you using the restroom?" And Sarah says they didn't want to be involved. And basically how that conversation even started was that Sarah is, basically, again, in the interrogation video, pleading her case that she cannot be drunk, that she does not get drunk because she's got to keep her wits about her. And Detective Lowen is saying, bruh, we interviewed several neighbors who said that they've seen you and George drunk 5 days, 6 days, 7 days a week. It's like you're functioning alcoholics. It doesn't actually say the word functioning alcoholics because it gets interrupted by Sarah. "Oh, you mean Eli and Kim? I don't like Eli and Kim, and Eli and Kim don't like me, blah, 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 blah." Right? That's basically what this is about. Now, there's another section they want excluded. And that is at the end of the interrogation video. where Detective Kepsel says, well, he's dead as a result of your actions. He's dead as a result of your actions. Sarah says, I understand that. Detective Lowen says, I have one last question. I mean, you realize you're the person that killed him, right? And then Sarah Boone says, I thought about that. And then Detective says, well, intention or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything. And I mean, like, for real, for real. Seriously, that is really the crux of it all, isn't it? The argument here by Sarah is that, Sarah is saying, I shouldn't even be on trial for this. I shouldn't have been charged. Everything I did was unintentional, except for the part where I didn't zip the suitcase up all the way. Now, I intentionally, in this whole series of unintentional events, I unintentionally left part I left a gap for him to be able to get 2 fingers out. Okay. That's the interrogation video. Okay. That's what's in the interrogation video. That's what's also, I don't think she talks exactly details in as far as the zipping. She does say, I zipped him up. In the body cam footage. And I think that she pretty much says the same thing in the car audio, the interview from the detective inside the detective's video or vehicle. Sorry, she pretty much says the same thing there. But the problem comes in where now she's using the battered spouse defense. And the battered spouse syndrome defense is essentially an affirmative defense. It's admitting that you did what you did, but that you did it for good reason. And they're going to talk about that. And the other thing I want to talk about with battered spouse defense and affirmative defenses, okay, is this. Many people think that the burden, when you have an affirmative defense, that the burden is on the defense. That's not true. The burden is always on the state, even in an affirmative defense, because first, the state has to prove their case, which is that this person, Sarah Boone, in this situation, is the person who is responsible for taking Jorge Torres Jr.'s life. So the burden is still on the state, okay? And because they know that Sarah will be using an affirmative defense, okay, then first they have to prove that she did it, okay? Then they have to prove, hey, this is not a situation that qualifies for the battered spouse syndrome. These circumstances of the crime negate the battered spouse syndrome defense. So the burden is still on the state. It's always on the state because they have to prove the charges. So that's how that works. And the danger of an affirmative, this specific affirmative defense, is that the jury is going to expect to hear from Sarah Boone. When there is a defense that includes self-defense, which in this situation, the battered spouse syndrome defense is a self-defense defense. Um, well, fuck. Okay, so Governor DeSantis is doing his press conference at 9:30. I still do not see a scheduled live for her hearing, which I just really thought that there would be, even if we didn't get to watch jury selection. There is that motion in limine that I think that they would argue. Um, so there you go. Okay, Julie Watson says it will be postponed until after the hurricane. Sarah, why are you delaying your own trial? I have waited months for this day. Girl, I've been waiting years for this day. Do you know, like, is there somewhere I can go to look to make sure that that's correct? Let me see if there's been some type of change. The hearing is still scheduled. Let me see if, let me look at home. There's no notice. There's just nothing. Let me just check again. Nothing. Let me see if there's somewhere to go for like announcements. I don't need to pay my ticket or criminal case. I don't need a contacting. I really feel like if the court was closed, see, I would think that that would be available. Ooh, I know where I can look. Ooh, I just thought of something. Let me search. Let me see if I can find it. Because there's got to be a place where if you got summoned for jury duty, that you would go and look at stuff. So I think probably not on the clerk's case though, huh? Let's see what this is. Okay, let me see something. Oh gosh. Because they've got to be able to tell the jury. It's not canceled, you guys. It's on. It's scheduled. So, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Go right over here to YouTube and see what's happening. You know what? Let me actually not check this one. Hold on, I got a text. Who's texting me? Let's see. Sorry, you guys. Oh, Lordy B. Nothing yet. I'm going to keep watching. Anyway, Orange County courts closed Wednesday, October 9th. So there must be, I guess it's definitely starting today, because when I look to look at court dates and I search Sarah's case, it says 9 a.m., room 12A on the 12th floor, state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. It's definitely on. So let's see. Let me look at jurors. See if there's something. Yeah, I mean, it looks. I don't know. We'll just wait. We'll just wait. I mean, so yes, there is jury selection. That's correct, Ava. Or jury selection, perhaps today. So okay, whenever you see trial day 1 for the courts, the trial begins with jury selection and then moves, and then they count forward each day from there. Day 1 starts with jury selection. Okay. And then, but for the watchers, for us, usually the trial starts when opening statements begin. So, okay. Thank you, Mayla's mom. I appreciate that, babe. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for the update. Coming in clutch, Mayla's mom. I appreciate it. Okay. So, let's just for giggles, let's go over to Sarah's interrogation and let's hear the context of. Just have a little moments. Let's just have some moments together, shall we, you guys? Let's spend some time together. As if we haven't gone over Sarah Boone's interrogation video enough times. Let's do it again. All right. Let me share this tab instead and make it bigger for y'all. All right. Now, I got a little sidetracked. Yes, Kate wants to know, but the trial will be televised. Yes, it will. The trial itself will be televised. So I just thought that they would stream the motion in limine. That's what I really thought would happen. Like we would get to see that motion be argued, and then we would, then it would stop and they would begin jury selection. So, what do you guys want to do? You guys want to hang out this morning and go over this interrogation video in full? Or do you guys want to want me just to skip to the pertinent parts that are in the in this motion in limine? Or okay, you guys want to just hang out? We can hang out. That's cool. We can do it. All right. Let me turn the closed captions on. Close this and close this, and let's as Tone Loke says, let's do it. All right, here we go. You guys know what else? Just on a side note, quick, as the Judge Bev from the Karen Reed trial says, sidebar. Let's just have a quick sidebar. All day yesterday, y'all know what song was stuck in my head? Fight the Power from Public Enemy, and it's only the one part. Fight the power. No, 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 no. Don't know why, but that's what happened to me. Welcome to life with inside Bendy's brain. It's a scary place. All right, here we go. Let's see. Ross Parajam says, I thought they said motions in limine wouldn't be argued until after a panel was selected, but before openings. They probably did say that. And they probably said it right about the same time that Owens announced that Sarah was going to be testifying in that last hearing. And all my brain heard was Sarah Boone is taking the stand. And so, yeah. Ooh, teacup Kraken. I'm glad that you brought this up because I saw the trailer for it, and there's a channel that I follow that keeps me up to date on all the things that are coming out on Netflix at the beginning of the month, and that escapes my mind right now, but I will share it on my community tab if you're into that sort of thing, because I like to know. And I, I've, I was wondering if it's good, and I didn't. I have so many show commitments. I didn't want to take a chance. And also, what starts today? Just FYI, on Netflix, if you're following the Menendez brothers situation, the new a documentary about the Menendez brothers is out. I guess following the the green chair. What? Okay, let me say this. Remember all the hullabaloo over the green chairs? All the chairs are green. Everybody's sitting in a green chair. And I'm sorry, but I do think that the pregnant detective should get the chair that is the most comfortable, that offers the most support. Sheesh. Yeah, Carolina, you can take a nap, babe. They're not going to show the jury selection, so they're not going to stream. But I'm live, and I just want to hang out with you guys. If I listen, I'm glad that we did this, and I'm going to tell you why. Because if I wasn't doing this, I would be watching and flipping around from every single channel that's covering or has any updates on Hurricane Milton, and I would just be worrying myself sick over something that I have literally zero control over. That storm is going to do what that storm's going to do, and it's going to show up when it shows up. And I know in my rational brain that I am prepared. So there's nothing more that I can do. Oh, Kate, I am so sorry, babe. I'm sorry. Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard. I'm so sorry. I've been there and I understand. Hey, Leanne, what you doing? You gonna kick it with us today? Fantastic. Okay, I want to be quiet for this part. Let me rewind it a little bit because we want to hear what she says. All right, I'm gonna be quiet now.
Hey, Zach, oh, that's fine. Hey, can you do me a favor if you're not busy tomorrow? Are you here tomorrow? mind just checking my directs and putting them on my desk? Okay. If you get a minute, just on the top. Thank you. I'll come by. Hey, kiddos, I'll see you later. Have a good day. Have a good night.
Do you need any water? Just let us know if at any time you need water, okay? I'm gonna have you sit in the green chair that doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in.
Yes, ma'am. And I want to ask you about these whenever we have a moment.
Sure. So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday.
Protocol?
Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect, okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then, you know, you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that, it's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little
I haven't laid a
swollen.
hand on him.
Okay.
Also too, he fell off my son's bike,
Okay.
so I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So
Okay. What about the scratches?
Sex.
Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
From my understanding, he was there like last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. Yeah. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries are they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, so, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday and then
That's
into
why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play.
Okay, so if you missed it last night, this is something that I discussed last night. This pattern Sarah has of using her child as some type as a shield. There's no, I can't put it in. I've tried like to think in my brain a better, probably more apropos and tactful way to say it, but there isn't one. She uses her child as a shield, and it's disgusting. Okay. She says things like, I can't, like in the 2019 body cam footage, she says, I can't even have my son over. Okay. This isn't that far off in time from that incident. This is only like a few months after the fact. Okay. And the time where George was in, she called the police because she thought that George was in her house and she wanted them to get him out. She's afraid of him and he's upstairs hiding in the bathtub. Okay, that's the time I'm talking about. So, she says, I can't even have my child over here, my son over here because of him, blah, 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 right? But here, and this is, again, just a few months after that incident, she says, my son was over. So she uses her son, in my opinion, as a way to deflect and to justify what her actions are. And it's disgusting to me. It's disgusting. Also, I'm over her saying, in all honesty, usually people who are just going to tell the truth, just tell the truth. They don't tell you they're going to tell you the truth. They just tell the truth. It's the liars that say things like, in all honesty, let me be honest with you. Those kinds of things. She gets on my damn nerves. I don't know. This might turn into a full roast. Who knows? We'll just play it by ear. But I am going to speed her up a little bit because, All right, let's go.
And listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
considered
have not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
How would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good.
Thank you,
I don't
Ice
even know
Cube.
where
We know it was a good day.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say
ago?
a few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, that's great. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Wow.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like,
Hold the
last time he
phone.
got out of jail.
Hold the phone. Hold on a minute. I don't think that I have ever paid attention to that part. Back the milk truck up. Sarah, why would you think they would take the curtain rod? If it was a good day, nothing happened, perhaps you guys, there might have been a leak. Maybe, because there are people that believe Sarah used that bat on the suitcase with George inside of it. I am wondering if this wasn't a leak. Let's let Ice Cube finish talking about the good day.
Like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes
Mhm.
and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
the probation officer,
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So,
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
give or take,
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you, like?
he gets belligerently drunk.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken.
Mhm.
And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay,
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
right,
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it, from him poking me in the back of the leg.
right.
So it's,
Then why are you still with him?
everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him, like I do, and I feel like I can help him. Like, I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with.
Mhm.
I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times? I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else, where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done.
Okay, so here we have Sarah explaining how, she can do 50, 1100 things and all at once and at the same time, and then remember the 50, 1100 things she had done in the past and the 50, 1100 things that she needs to get done still, while doing the other 50, 1100 things. So in total, Sarah on a daily basis has 11 billion things to do, and she keeps track of all of it. All of it, y'all. But it's interesting that she says, on the weekend, we can do things like this. Now, granted, Sunday is technically a weekend day, right? But it's also the end of the weekend, number one, and you had to get up in the morning to take your son to work, to school, which your ex-boyfriend, your ex-husband had to call you 50, 1100 times to even wake you up. And the fact that he has to call you like that because he is unsure if you're going to fulfill your commitments makes this whole exchange poppycock. You're obviously not responsible. Responsible people don't have to be reminded, okay? Particularly of things that they do every day. Nobody has to remind me to refill the reservoir for the Keurig, okay? I do that because I know I'm going to need coffee. The people my husband and my son like to drink coffee as well. We drink coffee in this house, and you cannot make coffee without agua. Okay. Those are things that, everyday things. Nobody has to remind me that to do the laundry. I just do it. So And when I was raising my children, nobody had to remind me that I needed to pick them up from school every day, for Pete's sake. This is ridiculous, Sarah. Stop playing with these people out here, irresponsible ass.
He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill.
Mm-hmm.
And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday, I made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle.
Wow, that's a bummer. Okay, so this is going to be postponed for a hot minute. Okay. It's interesting that court has been canceled all week because you would think that they would have had the jury, they would have notified people that were, summoned for jury duty. So a lot of people are asking in the chat about the Sarah's work situation. When they interviewed Brian Boone on the body cam footage, interviewed's probably not the right word, but when the patrol officer, Kayla Rodriguez, spoke to him, he said that Sarah had not worked in 2 years, and that was in 2020. So I would say that her last job was 2018, maybe. And I'm not exactly sure of when or what she did prior for a job. All right, Yana says, delay to the start of jury selection. Sarah Boone didn't receive her clothes on time. Judge left the bench and asked to be alerted when she's there and ready. So it's a delay. Oh my goodness. Hold on a minute. Allie's messaging me now too. Okay. Let's see what Allie says. Got it. Thank you guys. Yeah, see, I don't think that it's going to be canceled. So I think that they are there. And so Tiffany, let's talk about what's going on. Okay. This is what's going on. Today is jury selection. Okay. This is when jury selection starts. I don't know how long it's going to take. Mr. Owen seems to think they can have a jury sat today. Or seated, that's the right word, a jury seated today. And then opening statements would be scheduled to begin. The problem is, and this is what we're all sort of waiting on, is the situation with Hurricane Milton, to see what the courts do, because of the way that Florida is geographically. Orlando is not like directly across from Florida. It's a little to the north and east, obviously. It's central Florida. But anywho, we're not sure. We're all kind of waiting, and we're just I'm getting the information like you guys are getting, and I'm trying to keep you all entertained. Not entertained is not the right word, but you know, while we wait, we might as well be, as Sarah Boone says, progressing, moving forward productively. So we're going to watch her interrogation, which is at the real crux of all this, really, is trial. Besides the Suitcase videos, which I refuse to play again on this channel. They've been played. They're out there. If you want to watch them, you can find them. But the main motions stem from around this interrogation video and whether she was Mirandized, which that's been ruled on. It's not going to be suppressed. It's coming in. But yeah. And yeah, Sarah's, what's going on, Boone? You didn't get your outfit of the day, ma'am? Ugh. Wow. All right, here we go. Thank you guys for keeping me updated. I appreciate it. I'm doing I don't have as much compass mentis as Sarah Boone apparently, and can't do 50, 1100 things at the same time. So put one in, put a tally mark on Boone's side.
Oh, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-compass mentis, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
I'm not.
We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one.
Okay, so this is the latest update that I have. And shout out to Allie for coming in clutch and helping your girl. I appreciate it so much. This is from Kathy Russin. This is not the one I want. Sorry, you guys. Hold on. The court will be closed Wednesday due to Hurricane Milton, and wait and see for the rest of the week. Sounds like we could get a jury between today and tomorrow, but then in a holding pattern for opening. Delay to start of jury selection. Sarah didn't receive her clothes on time. Judge left the bench and asked to be alerted when she's there already. This is already off to a fantastic start for Boone. I mean, bruh. Are you serious? All right, hold on a second. Let me go over here really quick. All right, let me push play.
One of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over.
Yeah, about this much.
Mm-hmm. And then that you had wine. Well, I don't even know how the wine. How'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like,
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
Is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry, and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down. And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then
Sarah, I'd like to know your taste in music. What would you listen to? What would you think would be appropriate music? Did you ever consider that maybe George wants to listen to music and not speak to you? Have you heard you? Have you talked to yourself? Have you met you? I kind of don't blame him. I would rather listen to the elevator Muzak version of Muskrat Love than have a conversation with you. Just putting it out there.
it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise, where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool, and he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So,
On your laptop you're talking about?
Mhm.
Like, okay.
and I mean, and then it was.
You said it was a good day, like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship, you guys didn't go down, like, the rabbit hole, like, had too many to drink, and you guys start getting...
No, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's just, it's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because...
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughters, yes.
nothing
No.
relationship-wise, though, like, no issues, like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about...
Just
like
what's
distressing.
going on right now.
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate,
Mhm.
which is a huge thing in a relationship,
Right.
where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like, I have almost everything.
Mhm.
Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room, and then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what? We're here. It is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him.
Sarah, I find it utterly ridiculous that you would even say with a straight face that you knew George better than he knew himself. Okay? That's not how it works, ma'am. It's not. Nobody I have been with my husband for almost 30 years. Next year on April 23rd will be 30 years. We've been together since I was 18 and he was 21. And while I know him very, very well, I do not know him better than he knows himself, nor does he know me better than I know myself. Stop it.
I took care of him.
You took care of him. Really? You took care of him? How many times okay, you took care of him. Which is it, Sarah? You took care of him or you were scared of him. You took care of him or you wanted him to leave. You took care of him or you couldn't have your I'm done. I can't with her. Let me just keep going or we'll be here all damn
I
day.
miss him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and
I never stopped.
trying to...
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now, and I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God.
I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody. Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion.
I have to say one thing really quick. If one of the mods could pretty please, if you can find, if there is, I still am not clear on whether they're streaming the jury selection or not. But if one of the mods could maybe like keep checking for me, I think that I would greatly appreciate that. I'm going to be checking too. But if one of you guys or some of you, I don't know, just somebody could help and please and check for me, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Maybe if we all refresh together, we'll find out. Here we go.
This time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go to see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered.
Mm-hmm.
Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say, she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Batterers Intervention Program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class?
Thank you, Mayla's mom. I appreciate it, babe. Thank you. Because now I can stop. I can stop refreshing. Okay, that is that takes a load off of my mind. Okay. This is an interesting comment that she makes. We're looking at the papers together where it's like, wow, you're learning this in class. That is snarky. And snarky for what reason, ma'am? Why are you being snarky? I got it, babe. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Mayla's mom. You guys are the best. All of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it so much. Coming in clutch for your girl. All right. This is why George listens to music instead of engaging in conversation with Sarah Boone. Like, bruh, have you met you? Here we go.
And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
Even when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors still tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, and then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. Because you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and dealt with
I
it
know.
the next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car, just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me. So I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right right there from our apartment,
Mhm.
would ride his bike to work. But before, he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, you can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whatever it was. I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book. But what did he say? Every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
You're talking about this is like recent? I don't know, you kind of like lost me. Like what are you?
It was a little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I
Okay, so Minty says, I'm not familiar with Florida. Is her trial going to be affected by the hurricane that's headed that way? Yes. Yes, her trial will be affected. How much of an impact, how long will it be affected remains up in the air. There is a spot in the Gulf where the jet stream is going to pick up Milton and pull it up north. And the whole state of Florida is basically just waiting until it gets a little bit closer in the Gulf. It's moving quite slow, although it is picking up intensity. So the truth of the matter is we just don't know. We don't know exactly where it's going to make landfall. We don't know what all of the impacts and how long those impacts last and everything like that. It depends largely on where the storm makes landfall because of the way that hurricanes work and being on the east side of the eye wall is what gives that part of Florida will get like the tornadoes and stuff. And then storm surge and there's all the things. So it's very, very much still up in the air. So we just don't know. I'm checking for updates. As soon as I know anything, I will put it across the banner here for you guys to update you. So that's all I got. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. You're in New Orleans, so you know how hurricanes work. Okay. Sarah is in Orange County, which is the Orlando area. So it's central Florida. So she's not on the coast. She's inland. But inland is where like the tornadoes and stuff will be. Hey, Doxy, I'll be safe, babe. I promise. I'll be safe. Sunset says, oh, okay, I'm nervous. I'm having trouble following it. This is what I'm doing for everybody today. This is our distraction. I don't want to sit. I've prepared for the hurricane. I've done all the things that I can do. I can't do anything else. Okay. And I know many, many Floridians and even people outside of Florida who have family in Florida who are worried. And I just want to let's just do this. I'm doing the interrogation. Sorry, I can't even talk. So that we can have a distraction because otherwise, we'll just focus on the hurricane that we really can't do anything about. And we all kind of have to just sit and wait and find out what's going on, So, all right, here we go. I am curious. And one thing that I didn't see, back to Sarah, is whether or not George's ex-wife is going to be a witness at all, whether it would be for the defense or for the state, period. Because it's interesting to me that Sarah asks, mentions her and says, "Oh, I hate that you can't talk to her." How do you know they can't talk to her? I don't get it. Is she no longer living? Is there why can't they contact her? It's my understanding that at least at this time in 2020, when this interrogation is taking place, she's able to be spoken to. Why can't they talk to her? It's weird, the things that Sarah says. Here we go.
I say a monster, she's a monster. She withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not been recent, but which is why he didn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay, so Get Me a Snack asks, didn't she at one time put her son in a suitcase? Okay, all that I am able to verify from that situation is that that there was an alleged incident of that. However, everything that I've looked at, it appears that the picture that was taken is Brian and that Sarah is taking the picture. So it's the details around that are sort of hazy, because it's one of those situations having to do with the juvenile that is sealed, and it should be. I don't know that this has the only way, in my opinion, that this would have a bearing on this case right now is in this way. If that happened, okay, if CPS was called and if CPS was called, they came out, and likely what they told Sarah and Brian is how dangerous that is. So the only way that this could come into play, or that situation could come into play, is that Sarah knew that putting somebody in a suitcase was dangerous because she'd been told that before. That's, in my opinion, that's the only way. So that it would have any relevance to this case at all. But I think that it might go to the 404, which is is it about their character or propensity? So just because the thought process behind the 404 rule is, just because Sarah put her son in a suitcase does not necessarily mean that she would put George in a suitcase. So it's like propensity, and that of similar crimes that have been committed prior, the rule about that is there are exceptions, and each thing can be argued. We watched this with Alec Murdaugh, but basically the decision has to be made by the judge at the time, whether that information coming in is more probative than prejudicial. If it's more probative than prejudicial, it comes in. If it's more prejudicial than probative, it doesn't. And so I think likely it's not going to come in. The only way that I see it coming in is if somebody on one side, now it would be advantageous to the state, right, for this to come in. So the only way it could come in really is if on cross-examination of a witness, like Brian, for example, because he was involved, if Owens asked a question about the prior incident, then it comes in. The way that Griffin, Jim Griffin, when he asked a question on cross-examination of a witness, that opened the door to some more financial stuff coming in. That's how it could get in. All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What does she have to do, though, with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday?
No, I'm just saying, previously,
Okay.
why the incidents what happened is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On
Is
top
that-
of jobs
yeah.
and money and
Mhm.
groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
No, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you
I
went
told you-
upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then,
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious
Yeah.
if you remember.
but when we were outside, that's where we would start
Mhm.
and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside, so we could
About
do
what
stuff.
time, do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking.
Okay, so Rachel makes a very good point. I bet George's phone had some incriminating evidence too against Boone. I bet you're right. And see, we've talked about this too, and this is one thing I didn't even think about because I guess I was under the impression that George didn't have a phone just based on some of the things that Sarah said. But he did have a phone. It just did not have service. So if he wanted to call anybody or text anybody without using like a texting app or whatever, he had to use Sarah's phone. And I guess I just misunderstood. But anyway, we talked about how like what evidence could they possibly have out there that we don't know about? And George's phone is one of those things that we don't know about. It's a big perpetual question mark over all of our heads. And thank you, Rainbow, for being a member for 17 months. Can't chit chat, but I'm here listening at work. I'll try to keep the language workplace appropriate as best I can. You all know me. Sometimes it's right on brand for me to slip, but I'm going to try my best, I promise. All right, let's get back to it.
And you said you went up to bed around
Midnight.
midnight,
Ish.
fell asleep around 12:30-ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower or.
Like when we started to play, hide and
Mhm.
seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long, maybe about 6-ish. Then,
You're talking about from hanging out outside and like,
Mhm.
okay,
well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
gotcha.
Plus, it started to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So, let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit.
Can I just say, as many times as this heffalump mentions that dadgum puzzle, I hope that it is included in the pictures of the crime scene because the way that she describes it is like an 11 billion piece puzzle. You know? So now I'm going to need to see this dadgum puzzle. Now my mind is piqued. My curiosity is piqued, Sarah.
Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you went to
O'clock?
hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. Which looks like, okay, we know. Okay, take off.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs and then he didn't come up and you came down. And the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it
Including
was
the
already
suitcase.
there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship?
Mhm.
When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there and it was there
Yes.
and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know,
that
but
time, but
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
the suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So
Nobody gives a rat's fat kneecap about whether or not your closet is organized, not organized, the contents of the closet, unless it pertains to something having to do with the suitcase. Now, I propose that the suitcase never went downstairs, that the originally, that the suitcase started out upstairs when George got in the suitcase. That's been my theory from day one. And I'm just putting it out there. And I know that I have to pause every so often for commentary, you guys, for fair use. It's just part of the rules. All right, here we go. See, I know how to play the game correctly, Sarah. For example, if I were playing a game of hide and seek, I definitely would not want the seeker to help me hide. Otherwise, what's the freaking point?
Took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
Gotcha. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously,
No.
I understand, you know, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is, in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So,
okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
well,
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay, does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's
Yeah.
your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I buy your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it because it's password protected?
He'll come and get it to me, and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition.
No,
But he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm
Yes.
assuming, other
well,
than,
Lucas.
right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday, right.
Okay, so that's where I got it from. Is the facial recognition and this whole conversation. But I wanted to point something out because I was looking at the chat and thinking, obviously, and listening, you know, and Sarah references her dogs many, many times. Do you know what I never have heard from her when she references her dogs? She doesn't call them by their names. Like when I talk about Alice or Mac, the cats, right? I reference them like this: my cat Alice, my cat Mac. And sometimes I don't even say the cat. I usually say Alice and Mac because anybody that's been to my channel more than once knows that I have two cats, right? And I had a chocolate lab, Nestor, and I refer to him by his name. I don't refer to him as my dog Nestor. Sometimes I do, like, but I always refer to him by his name, not just my dog. He has a name, and I don't understand that. Hey, everybody, welcome. Everybody just joining us. We're just kicking it here, doing a little semi-roast and going over this interrogation video for the 11 billionth time, it's a distraction. There's a lot of craziness going on and uncertainty with Milton, and we need a distraction, and that's what we're doing. So let's keep getting distracted. Here we go.
So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
I mean, I guess I maybe took a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs.
George and had them dancing, but I mean,
Oh,
or
Tess.
just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I spoke too soon. She does refer to one dog as Tess. That's nice. But notice the detective asking about videos. Not that I'm aware of. It's interesting to me because we know that before calling 911 and before returning Brian's calls, Sarah was on her phone. And I don't know. It's possible that she could have taken those, made those videos and totally forgotten about it in the morning. But I'll say this, when she first woke up. But I have a sneaking suspicion. The moment she saw that suitcase downstairs still, she remembered those videos. And if she truly, truly, truly forgot those videos, had no idea that they existed, in my opinion, the answer to the question, did you take any videos on Sunday, would have been no. Not that I can remember, or not to my knowledge, or whatever it is that she said. She would have said no. When you really don't remember something, you've completely, there's a complete and total blank in your memory, the answer is no. You don't usually give a response that is a cover your bum that type of an answer. All right, here we go.
So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shut it down.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay, let me just grab some.
All right. No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and,
No,
okay, why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am, where,
okay. Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You wouldn't lock somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Okay. No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
All right.
We just want you to watch this. This came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
Mm-mm.
No.
I don't know how much I can take.
I don't know how to find your...
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No,
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
And it's
Fuck you.
That's you, your voice.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, he had two fingers hanging out. and you
I
went to
flipped him
bed.
over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's two different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying, fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
It was flipped up.
right, it was flipped up normal,
Yes.
like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep,
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
but not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because
What?
you were
Stop
getting ready
here.
for bed.
Stopped here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because there's the end.
It's, and his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole, there's no fingers, I don't see his fingers, there's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you.
It's not malicious.
Then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell my
like he
partner-
does. Like, I get told everything but a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
what I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers.
He'll be
it
up here any
looks
minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling me
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you
He's
think
not
he's
able to get
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video, there's no
When we first got in
laughing.
there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to you
No.
recording this?
No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
and
I
you're the
didn't,
only one laughing.
but I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying,
Okay. So, excuse me. This is an interesting little exchange here where essentially they're arguing what the meaning of is. And there are multiple ways that the term FU can be used. However, in this situation, the context of FU is not in a joking manner. It's said from the gut. She's angry. You can hear it in the video. We don't need to go over that anymore. But the bigger, broader picture here is this whole situation of how he got in the suitcase, how the suitcase came to be in different positions, and just exactly how long all of this was going on. And this is not going to play well in front of the jury. The interrogation video does not do Sarah any favors, particularly because at no time, even when she is really talking negatively about George, does she say, I'm afraid of him, I'm scared of him. None of that comes out of her mouth. And so the expert witness who testifies for Sarah is going to have to explain why that happened. And we know that Sarah, and I don't know if this will come in for the jury or not. So it'll be really interesting to see what the jury actually gets to see as evidence, right? Because if George's 2019 arrest comes in, the one we watched last night, if that arrest comes in, then we know Sarah is capable of telling law enforcement that she was afraid of George. And I would suspect that the only argument that her expert witness would be able to provide for her not saying it now is she's trying to protect George, or she's afraid that if she says that she was afraid of George, it gives her motive. But at the end of the day, all of it is motive, whether she was afraid of him or not. I mean, she sounds angry in that video. And I understand why Owens is working so hard, or worked so hard to get this removed, because it is not a good look, Sarah, at all. All right, here we go. I have to pause every so often for fair use under YouTube's guidelines. So here we go.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in a suitcase. That's why he couldn't get out. So
it's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you know
boy
the oxygen
crying wolf kind of thing.
okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking. He is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No, please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because I went upstairs and, just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't mean that
You
you.
told us times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mhm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay, I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're trying to
I get it.
figure out
We're
what
trying
you're
to figure
saying.
out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
So you're saying you had a plan. Not good, Boone. Also, I'd like to point out that that exchange about the drinking to me is always sort of, and it's interesting, but it's also funny to me, the situation is not funny. The conversation that she has is funny because it's almost like Sarah wants to say, man, I've been way drunker than that. Way drunker than I was on Sunday. That was nothing. This was nothing, but she stops herself, which another argument that Sarah made while on the stand was that she was very confused as to this at the time of this interrogation. She didn't understand what was going on. She thought she was there to get her phone, although she never asks for her phone. Not until the very end of the conversation when she gets to this list of papers she has over here to ask her questions. It's not even the first question that she asks. Okay. Actually, the first question she asks is about does she need to notify his probation officer? And I believe the second question, it might be the other way around, is what they're going to tell George's family. So, yeah. Not good, Sarah. Not good at all. It was not my plan to go upstairs and go to sleep, but I got in the bed and pulled the covers up over my head. Which she didn't actually pull the covers up over her head, but I mean, what do you do when you get into a bed? You know that if you get in there and you're just like, I'm just going to chill and watch TV, you're in bed. So there's at least a chance that you might fall asleep, for Pete's sake. Come on, Sarah.
My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase,
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him. Maybe I shouldn't.
No.
That didn't cross your mind. Because
That's
it didn't happen.
that's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't,
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in a suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase jokingly? Because it was a
No.
joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do
George.
that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
But you did.
So,
What do you
I
mean?
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like,
I mean,
that was not my intention.
Well,
Y'all don't have any idea what
by
I've
your
done for
acts,
him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show
No.
you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
Yeah, that video doesn't show. Listen, George, I'm going to leave you zipped up in the suitcase because, I want to speak to you uninterrupted. And what I'd like to do is thank you and thank you for acknowledging all the quote unquote help that I've given you and all the things that I do for you on a daily basis to improve your life and make you a better person because I'm perfect as is. I don't need to work on myself. That's not what I get from that video at all. What I get from that video is an angry, angry woman. Now, whether she's justified in her anger or not, that is neither here nor there. It doesn't matter for the law. The law doesn't give a rat's fat kneecap if George did something and she's understandably and justifiably pissed off. What's not understandable or justifiable is the fact that she can clearly hear him begging to be let out of the suitcase, and she never, ever unzips it. In fact, she does the opposite. If you believe Sarah's story and take it as gospel, she went upstairs and George had to have been still talking to her, right? Otherwise, how would she know that he was still in the suitcase and even capable of getting out, right? Why would you have a thought of him being capable of getting out if he's not continuing to speak? Okay. So if you believe Sarah's story, she left him in the suitcase while he's continuing to ask her, begging her to please let him out and telling her that he can't breathe. And she went upstairs to avoid listening to that. That's also not helpful, Sarah. Okay. That's not a good explanation either. And it doesn't put the situation in an unintentional, non-malicious, or no malicious light. Okay. In fact, it's the opposite of that. If she did what I suspect that she did, okay, KPM, I'll look it up. If she did what I suspect she did, which is I think Sarah sat down there the entire time. I think when she went upstairs, I think she knew that George was no longer alive. That's what I think. Can't prove it. It's just a gut feeling I have. Here we go. Let me go look on Twitter while I play this.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally several times told him, just fuck you.
Well, you said it in the video,
the
but you won't let us play the rest of it. You don't
And
want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I
And
think
if
so
you-
too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though. So, I mean,
Yeah.
that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No,
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't
fuck
know
you.
what you, this is
What would you say
life-changing.
if somebody told you that they had done this?
someone.
You said somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to like,
The video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
no?
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
And that's why we want to know,
and I don't remember
injuries-
doing those.
the injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not gonna say,
you thought he could
So,
get out on his
yes.
but the video shows that he cannot get out on his own.
but when I unzipped it with one finger,
From the outside.
but it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
Is what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paperclip on it. It's
But
got,
the zipper part is broken, that
yes, which is why we were gonna zip it.
Yeah.
I just,
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
but you could on the inside.
Okay, please hold for some incoming updates from inside the courtroom. I don't see Sarah's outfit of the day. So if somebody would listen or would send it to me, I would absolutely appreciate it. Okay. So from Kathy Russon's ex post an hour ago, it says the court will be closed Wednesday due to Hurricane Milton and wait and see for the rest of the week. Sounds like we could get a jury between today and tomorrow. Delay to the start of jury selection. Sarah Boone didn't receive her clothes on time. Judge left the bench and asked to be alerted when she's there and ready. Sarah Boone is in the courtroom, brought in with waist change, which were removed, clothed in a three-quarter length sleeve top and black pants, hair combed back. Okay, here's Sarah right here, you guys. There she is. Clearly, MK Land did not get there in time to do her hairs, and now we have this situation. Here's an even better picture of the hair situation. Oh my dear. All right, judge says there are privacy panels located in front of counsel's table, and the jury should not be able to see Sarah Boone's feet today. Judge will provide an order to the jail that after today she can wear her own, I think it says shows. All right. Judge would like 4 alternates, but if they can get more, he'd like that. Judge confirms the court is closed Wednesday, and they are waiting to see about Thursday and Friday. Jurors that pass the initial rounds today and tomorrow will be told to call a phone indicating if they are to return Thursday, Friday, or next week. Judge says he moved the trial from 2 weeks to 3 weeks because of his concern to seat a jury due to publicity. This means he does not think they are going to get a jury in one day. That is the very latest from inside the courtroom. And I will absolutely keep refreshing now that I have remembered my login to X. And I will keep you guys apprised of any new news. Okie dokie. All right, here we go. Let's listen to some more of Sarah. Sarah's arguing about the mechanics of a suitcase and saying that she had no trouble zipping the suitcase or unzipping the suitcase from the outside. Well, of course you didn't, Sarah. For one thing, it's designed to be opened from the outside. Let's start there. For the second point is that when you are on the outside and not squished inside of a suitcase, I don't give a rat's fat kneecap how small you are, you're squished. You have full range of motion in from the outside. And if the zipper gets stuck, you again have full range of motion to unstick the zipper. You know, this is an absolutely ridiculous argument to make. And I can't even believe, although I don't know why I'm surprised she's attempting to make this argument, but it amazes and astounds me. Sarah seems like a person who has a lot of, her mind is busy a lot. Like there's a lot of thoughts swimming around in that brain of hers. And it just amazes me every single time that these thoughts are the ones that made it past the preliminary round and were the thoughts that got to the next round, which is coming out of her mouth. Like, do you even hear yourself, Sarah? How can you possibly hear what you're saying and think that this sounds in any way, shape, or form logical at all? I don't get it. And also, I'd like to point out the very beginning of the interrogation video where she's quote unquote crying. Well, let me be more clear about that. It's hard to tell from the video if tears are actually coming out, but I'll tell you what I did not see. I did not see a wipe of the tears, nor did I hear a runny nose. And typically those things go together. I just wanted to point that out. Okay, here we go.
Too. I don't know how.
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if you saw, like, where the hole was. I don't
I
know.
didn't see a hole.
No
I
one
didn't
sees
see
the
no
hole.
fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it's flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers. And we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm just going to go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or hears just a little bit, like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase,
She's been
and then,
drinking,
and then
and
watches that
probably went
video.
to sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before, I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
Let's all answer Detective Ketzel's question. What would a person who knows nothing about this case and just hears this story, what would they think? And Sarah responds with, well, they'll think that they were playing and they were drinking, and she went upstairs thinking he could get out and fell asleep. No, that's not what an outsider is thinking. Hi, it's me. I'm an outsider. Okay. When I first heard of this case, that is the first thing I thought to myself is, how can somebody play hide and seek where the seeker is helping the hider to hide? That was my first thought. Okay. My second thought was, this makes zero sense. Why would anybody think that somebody could unzip themselves from inside of a suitcase? That was my second thought. So wrong on both counts, Sarah. I would not think that. I think you went upstairs. If we're to believe you, I think that you went upstairs to avoid hearing George cry and beg and plead to get out of that suitcase. That's your version of events. My version of events is that you're cruel and you sat there and you listened to it the entire time. And once he stopped making any noise, that's when you went upstairs. That's just my opinion, though. And it will be very interesting to hear what the medical examiner says. All right, here we go.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick, especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different. And it actually shows you upset and, again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So
what
but my thing
you
is
say
that
we're assuming, we're not assuming,
but
we're
the
telling you
fingers,
what's on there.
so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole. That
He
you're
essentially
talking
would have
about.
been able to get out.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
Based off what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out.
Okay.
But the video.
I have an update from Kathy Russin on X. Boone's attorney said the jail would not let her wear her own shoes, and she currently has jail flip-flops on. Now everybody will know what it's like to walk in your slides, Sarah. Isn't that what you wanted? Let's see what else. If I can find anything else here. This is important. Plea offer rejected. Sarah Boone was offered 15 years for lesser charge of manslaughter. She faces 22 and a half years for the top charge of second-degree murder. She rejected this offer. Wow, Sarah, you continue to make fantastic life choices. She seriously, the only reason that anybody would ever reject an offer like that would be because they feel that they can be exonerated of the crime. There's I cannot even begin to understand the thought process after being in jail for 2 years, okay? After getting her own hands, she wanted her discovery. She'd been asking to see her discovery all the way back to 2022 with Mauricio Padilla. Okay. That was in her letters. All right. And I'm going to look into that, Kelly, because I think there's an option for that. I think there are some sentencing guidelines for life without the possibility of parole, because that's the way I've always understood it, because of the the circumstances surrounding the second-degree murder charge, but I will look into that while we listen to this after I make this speech I'm about to make, because I got to pause for fair use. But now I forgot what I was even saying. Hold on. Let me play it and I will. We were talking about her plea offer. Okay. And the discovery. I'm thinking that, and it's not specific by this tweet when this plea offer took place, but we do know from James Owens, her current attorney, right, that before he actually became her attorney officially, he was working as a mediator between Sarah and the state, trying to work out a plea deal. So let's say that this last plea offer, which we know that they did make because she rejected, Owens talked about that. So I'm sure that this plea deal is that plea deal, okay? This would have been after she had her discovery, and after she had her discovery for a while. And so she'd had an opportunity to look through it, and she knew what evidence the state had against her and could potentially use at a trial. Okay. She was aware of that. And still, she rejected a plea deal. That is crazy pants to me. Just absolute crazy pants. I don't understand it. Why? I don't understand that line of thinking. I really cannot. It makes no sense to me. I'm going to look and see what the ranges are for her charges. All right, here we go.
Shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay, well,
I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
it is terrible.
Yeah, so they-
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life.
Sarah, saying that you don't think you'll ever be right after this implies that you were right before this. I don't think, and again, I'm just some chick on YouTube, okay? I'm not qualified to diagnose anybody, okay? And I'm not. But the way I see it is, I don't think that a right person, a right thinking person, correct thinking person would ever have an idea of putting a human being in a suitcase and zipping it all the way up, not completely up, just enough for 2 fingers. Y'all put your 2 index fingers together, okay? You see how wide that is? It's barely anything. That's her argument. Her argument is an index finger and a middle finger wide. And it's his fault that he couldn't get out. He didn't, according to Sarah, George didn't possess the necessary skill set while crammed into a suitcase to open it from the inside. It's not her fault. Do you hear yourself, Sarah? This is why people don't like you, okay? It isn't just about what you did, although that's bad enough. It's about how you handled yourself after the fact. You blamed everybody but you. Everybody was at fault. I'm shocked that she hasn't thrown the poor dogs under the bus and said they held the lid down so she could zip it almost all the way up. Get the fuck out of here, Boone. It's ridiculous, man. Every time I hear her, she gets me more irritated because she actually thinks she's making good arguments. She actually thinks these are good points. These are points in her favor. This is her level of debating skills.
personally. And then this,
Okay.
whom I loved, it was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed because I'm thinking, okay, good, he can get out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
goes
normally do
off
when you
whatever
go
you
to bed?
do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is a bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you can
what?
tell too that, like, I've
You
been
go to
drinking
bed to do
also.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I had been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do, to
We're
portray
not
me
trying
as?
to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy,
I don't want to call it
Everything.
fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy.
Explain
You all
to me.
don't, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
Mhm.
I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just left
I
him there
didn't
to
kill
teach
him.
You left him there to teach him a
That's on
lesson?
you.
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no harm. Because you
Then
don't,
he doesn't,
but
but you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
Sarah, are you a cat? When you is your life motto, if I fits, I sits, and then I don't get up again? I don't get up because I'm already in the bed. I mean, what is the problem? I don't understand this thinking. You know, you're already in the bed, so you can't get up. Is that because what the monster is under your bed? Is the floor made of lava? I mean, what is happening here? I mean, I understand the detective's frustration, and Sarah is frustrated because she is angry and frustrated that they're not accepting her answer. And it doesn't make sense to them because, of course, it makes complete sense in Sarah Boone's brain. The problem lies with us, y'all. It's not Sarah. We just don't understand Sarah. And we have misconstrued and we just don't and misunderstood her from the very beginning. This is on us. Hang your heads in shame. He's asking logical questions here. Okay. How come so you expected him that he should be able to get out of the bed. He didn't get up out of the bed. So after a while, when he didn't get out of the bed, why didn't you get up out of the bed and go check on him? And her answer is, because I was already in the bed. And I have the life motto of a cat. When if I fits, I sits, and then I don't get up. I'm done. Once I'm in the bed, I'm in the bed, and that's it. There's no changing it. I don't get up out of bed. I stay where I'm at. There's no moving after that. The end. That's it. That's it. That's all. And I don't understand why you people cannot understand what I'm explaining to you, because this makes total, complete sense. The problem is with y'all, not me.
You even moved,
And so stop.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over.
Roll
So
it.
you roll it out, like, it's not like,
I didn't want it to be like that. Don't,
you didn't want him to be upside down. How do you even get upside down?
right. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear.
That's how he talks to me, Mr.
I'm not, hold on a second. I'm not ignoring the chat. I see you guys saying that Court TV is live, but I don't see them live. I'm on YouTube right now and I don't see them live. I don't see a live. So hang on, and I'll keep playing this and then I'll check on my phone.
I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Ryan, and like, what, 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to like I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR and then called you guys. And then was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
It just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but that he didn't. And you went upstairs and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too, like,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
no, wait 1 second, because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless
again,
of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23. So you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times. I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
no, just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you get. This is what you make me feel like.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
You did it.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You've all.
Okay, Sarah, this has zero to do with time frame, okay? This is about your state of mind. What were you thinking when George was asking to be let out? And you've said it repeatedly. He was crying wolf, which means you didn't believe him. That's number one, which means your state of mind was that of disbelief. Number two, you said it earlier. You said, just leave him there, maybe like 5 minutes or something, which means punitive. You were doing it to punish him. And you don't want to admit that, but you've said things that dance and circle around that. But that's what it was. Let's rewind this just a tiny little bit and hear her about I'll never drink again and answering, punishing him. Let's just rewind this a little bit. All right, here we go. Because I missed some of it when I was looking at Court TV on the website, not the YouTube. Here we go.
When he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Let me stop really quick because I need to acknowledge this. Hang on just a second. Thank you, Victoria Lee, for becoming a member. Welcome to the ward. We are glad to have you. Thank you so very much. All right, let's get back to Sarah and the most ridiculous explanation of things ever in the history of ridiculous explanations.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's 11:23. So you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times. I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
no, just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you get. This is what you make me feel like.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
You did.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You all
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's
So-
in the bag saying,
my God.
and you say, fuck you.
When he, so like, for like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like
Minimum 11, but yes, go ahead. It's a few. 11, minimum.
For the one video.
Well, in between the two videos, it's
Between the
11
two
minutes.
videos? Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him?
Okay, they're not going to stream the jury selection. However, there is something on the Court TV website that looks like it's from inside the courtroom. It doesn't look like a still, so I'm going to share this with you guys right here. And we'll just watch for a second because then it's going to go somewhere else. They're not going to keep it on here for very long, but I just wanted to show you guys this.
They're accused of killing her husband. Prosecutors say she shot Gary Ferris, then burned his body in a fire pit on their property. Let's go back to court now in Florida, though, for the murder trial for Corey Bindrum. We're going to pick up testimony.
So that's all that there really is. They're not going to show us anything, and they're not going to stream jury selection. So basically, you guys, we are at the sit and wait phase of this situation. I don't have I don't have cable, so I don't have Court TV. So if they're showing something different, they're showing the courtroom on their YouTube channel. Okie dokie, artichokes. I will go over there, but I don't want you to listen to nothing. So here we go.
There's obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where does this game end? Did you say this is a game? You got
Obviously, like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and check
And it's
on him.
the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying
I
to
don't
do,
care about
whatever.
30
It's like, for all I know, it's 10
He's begging for his
minutes.
life. He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you
Then what
can't
did you
tell us
intend?
why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But again, I'm thinking he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
Guys,
You said
I know. I don't
this
know.
was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag, and he was playing. Well, obviously, that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like,
We're just trying to figure out why.
why? What?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the
I
video?
didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, I'm gonna go to sleep.
That's excluding, you know, that's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a
Oh
bump
my
on his
gosh.
eye. I mean,
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all,
yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come
If
from?
you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of a suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually, I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming on the wine.
So you guys are like assuming that,
You keep saying we're assuming, well, we haven't assumed
Asking
anything.
questions.
but you guys
Back the milk truck up. Now we're blaming it on the wine. But I thought that you had to keep your mind and your wits about you, Sarah. So how can you blame it on the wine? Like, you know, are you Milli Vanilli over here? Blame it on the wine. Yeah. Shut up, Sarah. Blame it on the fact that you're a mean person and you were angry with George. Just tell the truth, for Pete's sake. This is ridiculous. Here we go. I know everybody keeps telling me that they're showing it on Court TV on YouTube. I have refreshed Court TV's YouTube page 11,000,000,050,100 times. There isn't a live. If you have the link to the live, would you email me? I'll put my email in chat, please. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm trying to find it.
assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what,
Like, this is-
the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But
Now
what
we're
you said
asking
is
you
like,
to
oh, I'm
explain it.
tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday, because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were you
Yep.
thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your wits about you. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys are within your wits. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They were
statement
both
back there.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
So one
There's two
was.
Publix receipts from yesterday.
Mhm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well,
I mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the going
so this is,
Hold the phone. I found it.
so I
Thank you,
don't know
KPM.
what
I
you
didn't, let me say this. I didn't find it. I was sent it. Thank you, KPM. You're the best. Let's see how I make this bigger, how I turn the closed captions on. Let me make sure I did that right. Like that. And then here we go.
Medications. Are they affecting your ability to perceive or understand? Okay, thank you. All right, the parties have been provided answers to our jury questionnaires and an outline of a seating chart. Just as a friendly reminder, please do not use. What are you taking?
Tonics for stomach acid and Lipitor.
When's the last time you took those medications? Are they affecting your ability to perceive or understand?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, the parties have been provided answers to our jury questionnaires and an outline of a seating chart. Just as a friendly reminder, please do not use last names when addressing any member of our venire. Please use paddle numbers. The crime charged in this matter is second-degree murder. I did ask the state to provide a copy of the score sheet to the defense. Has that been done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what is the lowest permissible sentence based on the score sheet?
22.5 years, 246 months.
Okay, ma'am, and there's no offer to resolve this case, is that correct?
The offer is still 15 years on a manslaughter.
Okay, ma'am, do you understand the charge in this case?
Yes.
Do you understand that it's a punishable by life felony?
Yes.
Do you understand what that means?
I will be in my life.
Okay. Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case?
Yes.
Okay.
The offer is 15 years to a lesser included charge of manslaughter, with the understanding that she would serve 85% of that sentence.
That's up to the department and her behavior, but that is my understanding of the section.
Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject.
Okay. Ma'am, a witness list was filed by the defense. Have you had the opportunity to review and go over with your attorney those witness lists?
Not yet.
Okay.
Judge, I can only go out there certain times, but we've amended the witness list several times. I don't think she's seen the most amended witness list, which I don't know when it was filed, but I'll make sure today, during a break, and go down and make some copies of the list and bring it back up to let her review.
Okay. Ma'am, we'll circle back on that issue, but in your conversations with your attorney so far, and the witnesses that they intend to call in a case, should you choose to put one on, are there any witnesses that you wanted to call or want to be as witnesses that your lawyers have not listed?
I'm unaware because I don't know what the list is.
Okay, all right. We will circle back and readdress that.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
this case was 4.5 years, and she did instruct us to make attempts to find neighbors in that apartment complex, which has changed hands and people have left. So we've been trying to find witnesses from 30 plus days ago, but we haven't found as many as she wanted us to. We found some that we feel like will be helpful for the defense, but we potentially could have found more, but we did the very best that we could. I'll give her the list and then we'll bring that up again, Judge.
Okay, we can address that after she's had the opportunity to review the amended list. Ma'am, are you ready for trial?
I am.
Is there anything else you would like to bring to my attention at this time?
No, please, but if I may have water, please.
Uh,
Whatever.
That's something I got to address with corrections during a break, ma'am. Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and ask the state to bring in our jury. Before we bring them in, I'm going to ask the parties to reverse their positioning to be on the other side of defense counsel's tables, please.
I just want to point out,
Whoa.
hold on a second.
This was big. Offer read.
I just want to point out, you guys, that I did the math, and 85% of that 15 years would be roughly 12 3/4 years. Okay. Sarah's done almost 5. She would have 7 more to go, roughly. Okay. That is a long time. While 15 years is a long time, she's only got, 7 more to go on that sentence. Okay. And it's a heck of a lot better than natural life without the possibility of parole. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe, let me move this forward and see if we get back to Sarah. All right, I'm not hearing anything about Sarah. They're just going through other cases right now. Let's just watch for like a quick second. I am of the understanding that they are not going to stream the jury selection. Let me refresh the Twitter, or I'm sorry, X that I'm following from inside the courtroom. Kathy Russin, I hope I'm saying her name correctly. To get the very latest. Just that they've moved positions, which we all saw. Let's keep going because we were a little bit behind. Hold on.
Boone is charged with second-degree murder after her boyfriend suffocated inside of a suitcase.
He's in the suitcase still. There are multiple domestic violence incidents.
You two hitting each other.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
He told you, Sarah, I can't breathe.
Jorge Torres locked inside of the suitcase, begging for help.
I thought he was okay.
The Suitcase murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We have several cases going on right now that we're following for you here at Court TV. So I want to let you know that we're getting ready for the jury selection to begin in Florida for Sarah Boone's case.
Yes, that's the case we're following. Here we go.
Ackerman had.
Bro, we have an ad. Is there no skipping this?
Jury reaching a verdict over the weekend. You just saw Bud Ackerman testifying. Did he help him?
Speak back.
The Suitcase murder trial for Sarah Boone. Jury selection starting today. Now, a couple other trials for you here that we're watching as well on Court TV. We've got testimony picking back up in the home renovation murder trial for defendant Corey Binderim. This guy's accused of murdering one of his clients, Susan Malden. She hired him to do some work on her home. Got that case. And we've also got a new one starting up in Georgia. Melody Walker
Hold on a minute.
Ferris is the defendant in this one. And she's accused of murdering her husband and burning his body on their property. Court's going to convene at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Our team is on the ground there as well. Excuse me. Now, let's get you some more from the jealous husband murder trial. I told you we got a lot cooking for you this morning. We're recapping the best moments in this.
Okay. This is from Kathy Russin on X. This happened 1 minute ago. All right, here we go. Judge had a long recess. He confirmed the court will be closed Wednesday and Thursday this week, and Friday is unknown. Due to concerns of jurors doing what they need to do to prepare for the hurricane, he has postponed jury selection until next Monday, October 14th. So there you have it, you guys. The jury selection is being postponed until Monday, October 15th or 14th, excuse me. I literally just read that. Literally just read it. And yet still can't manage to say the date correctly. That's the level of professionalism you can expect over here at the Ward. Woo! All right. So, let's finish where we were at. I mean, we're about halfway through the interrogation video. It's a fantastic way to distract us. Annie asks, is Judge Wooten presiding? No. At the beginning of 2023, the trial judge was switched to Judge Michael Cranick. We at the ward love him. He's fair. He takes no BS, but he is patient. He's been extraordinarily patient, way more patient than me, for sure. So Judge Cranick is the presiding trial judge, and I feel, he's a fantastic judge, and let me see something I was going to say. I was going to answer this. Where is it? Viv's. The chat keeps moving. Viv's asks, so what are they going to do today and tomorrow? Well, nothing. Maybe nothing. He's just going to postpone jury selection. It won't start up again until next Monday. The situation is this. People do need a time to prepare. And the hurricane, is coming Wednesday. And I know that seems like a lot of time, but ahead of that hurricane, we already had like a low so it's raining. So that makes it even a little bit more difficult. So we'll just, we'll wait. And I do feel for George's family in this situation because they have been waiting. I mean, we've been waiting as well. And we're invested in getting justice for George. And I know that his family, of course, they are much more. I don't know if more, just probably more and in a different way, they're invested in the outcome of this. And it just seems like every time it's like like a carrot on a string. It's just dangling, or, they dangle it in front of us. Actually, probably a better, more apropos analogy for this situation is that Family Guy episode where Chris Griffin is working out on the treadmill and Peter is dangling a Twinkie in front of him. It's like that, trying to get that dadgum Twinkie, which is the trial. And we get so close to getting it, and then something happens. And I can only, imagine that the universe has a reason for postponing this trial because it's been postponed so many times. So, but I will say this, we will be here every morning from Monday, October 14th, all the way through however long this trial takes. We will be here all day for the trial. We will take one break at lunch for an hour. When they take their break, I'll stop streaming for an hour. Then I'll have a second stream set up to start after the break is over. And then we will do an afternoon session. But I am bound and determined to stream this trial for as long as it takes. Okay, so rest assured, I will cover every no malicious to unintentional moment in this trial for you guys. All right? All right, here we go. Let's watch this till the end, and then we're going to call it a day. Sound like a plan? All righty, let's go.
I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Well,
But we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes,
It's not.
that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You
It
did.
doesn't
You got up
matter
off the couch
it doesn't
and
matter
walked
what
up
we
the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drug you up there. You didn't float up damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open.
No, he
Did he?
couldn't. The video
No.
shows him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I tell
Okay,
you, he can't breathe.
okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're gonna do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So, but why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay,
Didn't see it.
it wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
What's that? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I.
Well, he's dead as a
Lay
result of your
hands on
action.
each other.
He is dead as a result of
I
your
understand
action.
that.
So-
That's why
You
this.
two didn't lay hands on each other.
No, no. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't, whatever that is, whatever it
He
is.
does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
Well,
Where
what
else
about
did he
when
go?
you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
really? Like,
It's
really?
the exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have
Yeah.
not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to
No.
jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuser.
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on, or like,
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us, we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
and I don't even remember doing that.
You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what
understand.
you told us.
I understand, because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's,
The what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No, I don't
you guys are scaring me, so like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of, like, I don't.
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
the reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen.
Hey, I just want to point this back. I just want to rewind this back just to right before this, because I want you guys to get a fantastic and prime example of Owens's, to quote Mr. Owens, Sarah's acquiescence to authority and her intimidation of our beloved Detective Fuchsia, AKA Detective Lowen. Sorry, my bad. Let me rewind it just a scotch. Okay, and then also this is the part that Mr. Owens once excluded. I don't think. I mean, it will probably be excluded. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I don't know. I don't think it's going to confuse the jury. She's charged with the murder of George, second-degree murder. That's what she's charged with. And I think the jury is going to be well aware of that. And I further think that they can differentiate between the detective making an accusation, which that's what it is at this point, legally, right? I think they can differentiate between that. And if they can't, I don't know why you would have them on your jury, Mr. Owens, but that's a question between you and your client over there. Also, I just want to take a moment to, we'll talk about it in a little bit. I'm not going to take this moment to have the next sermon from my streaming chair. I'll wait. All right. Cause this is more important. Here we go.
You guys are scaring me, so like, I don't know like what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like, I don't.
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol.
So
Not, again,
the reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen.
Look how afraid she is and intimidated and confused, you guys. Sarah Boone is just a helpless babe in the woods. She's like a doe, a deer, a female deer, just in headlights even, who has taken on the life motto of if I fits, I sits, and then I don't get up. Once she's gone to bed, it's over. That's it. That's all. She's done. And you're correct. Okay, the plea deal was made in open court. It's on the record. Sarah rejected the plea deal. That's it. That's all. Jury selection moves forward. And whatever the jury determines is what's going to happen. That will be the final outcome of this case. Yes, Nicholas, a female soon to be convicted deer. Excellent point. Fantastic point. But yeah. Super intimidated, so scared. It's like Mr. Owens didn't even watch this. Honestly, how can anybody I sit through this interrogation that is 2 hours and 4 minutes? It's not all talking for 2 hours and 4 minutes, but you take my point. How could he watch this and come up with those arguments to make? I'm not saying he couldn't come up with any arguments. I'm sure there's some loophole out there somewhere. That's what lawyers do. It's their job. I'm not even judging him for that. What I am judging him for is the actual arguments he chose to make. They're lame and they make no sense.
Not intentionally.
One more time.
So your intention.
I don't know what it is I need to do or how to do it or what to say or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows everything that I've done for George and love him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So
yeah, and I've reached mine. Also, I forgot to point out that not only is she acquiescing to authority in this situation, in this scenario right here that we're watching, she's intimidated by the detective in the fuchsia over here because he had his firearm on him in the interrogation room. And they put her in the green chair, y'all. The green chair. Never mind that all the chairs in that room are green. Sarah had to sit in the green chair. Maybe that's the aesthetic of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, Mr. Owens. Did you ever consider that? Maybe they like green.
But it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm going to snap. Is that what while we're in a good place right now?
Yes, absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago.
You said.
The videos was from last night.
Clearly.
So what's that? Yeah.
There's still feeling towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
and
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not.
Sarah, no. I don't think that anybody is making you out to be a person that you're not. I believe what's happened here is that, once again, you have declined to exercise your right to remain silent. and you're talking, and it is the words that are coming out of your mouth in the order in which they are coming out of your mouth that has caused people, hi, I'm people, and all of my friends over here in the chat, to form an opinion of the type of person that you are. Nobody is assuming anything. We're literally listening to your own words describing this good day that you had with George that ended up in George no longer being alive. Now, to me, I don't know about y'all in the chat, but to me, I would never say that it was a day that resulted in a loved one's loss of life. I would never say that was a good day. Maybe I would say it started out a good day, but I don't think that I would say that overall the day was a good day if my loved one lost their life. Sarah, this is why people don't like you, because you don't know how to people very well, like at all.
Nor will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well,
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
It's a
Nice.
fucking peach.
It's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else was there.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
Okay. You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No.
OMG. Back the milk truck up. Y'all, maybe it's just me. Maybe I've watched this interrogation too many times, and maybe over the 4 years and 7 months that this has been ongoing, I've lost my objectivity. Maybe I should have read that letter where Sarah defines perspective. Maybe I should have read the definition of perspective. Perhaps it's me. Okay. But can I ask y'all, how in the world do you accidentally flip over a suitcase multiple times? How does that happen unintentionally? How? How does that happen? I'll say this. I think what the detective is asking about is once the suitcase is downstairs in the living room on the floor. Obviously, it's my opinion, and I think it's many people's opinions, that the suitcase, when George got in it, was actually upstairs. And because what both neighbors, Vinny and Brandon, said they heard was this loud thud going down the stairs, hitting between the wall and the railing. And so that's why I think that the working theory is that she pushed that bag down the stairs. But what I'm asking is, obviously the stairs did that. That's how the bag got, the suitcase got tousled and flipped. But once it landed in the living room area, how then did it get from, because when you look at Sarah's apartment, there's the front door. And behind the front door, if you're standing in the front door, to your left would be the staircase. Where the bag or the suitcase ended up is in the dining room area, which is which is when you walk in, you've got that tile area or whatever in front of the front door. The staircase is to the left. And if you keep going straight, you'll get into the kitchen, and the kitchen has like a bar that overlooks the dining room and the living room. Okay. That's kind of one big room, the dining room and the living room. And that is where the suitcase ended up. So how did it go from in front of the stairs all the way across the room to by the kitchen? And even if you believe Sarah's story, which is that the suitcase was always down the stairs, okay, downstairs, how did it get across the room, Sarah? How do you accidentally, not intentionally, flip the bag around and push it across the living room floor? How does that happen? Are you like, I don't even understand this. Not Sarah, come on, man. Here we go.
Why would I do that?
Because
Good question, you did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down
Yeah.
because the,
Oh my
What,
gosh.
you put the
See,
stuff
and that's
in where his
unfortunate.
body was?
That's unfortunate too, is nobody else is there. That's
We
the
have a
unfortunate
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows one, like she just said, it had to been on his back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to flip it.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it.
I'm leaving it like this, please. Sarah, thank you, Miss True Crime Buff, for becoming a member. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I missed Victoria. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate that very, very much. Sarah, you can leave it like this and blame it on the wine, blame it on the rain, blame it on whatever you want, but it makes zero sense to the rest of the world and science. That's all I have to say. Leave it at this. I'm leaving it like this. And pay attention to the body language here where she's slapping her thighs. That's for emphasis. Sarah doesn't do the clappy hands for emphasis. She slaps her thighs. This is very serious. She means it, folks. Here we go.
Like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious content or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would say,
I'm
does that
pointing
help you sleep? But you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very,
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like,
Oh.
hey, Scott, fuck you.
Thank
That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that.
Okay.
So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards
Okay.
that.
I would probably be telling myself that too after that video.
My intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed.
Okay, now Detective Copeslow, you don't know this, okay? But maybe Sarah got her Hogwarts letter and she absolutely can ascend up the stairs without walking. I don't know. I wasn't there. I doubt it. She doesn't seem like Hogwarts material to me. But what do I know? I'm just some chick on the internet, on YouTube, giving my opinion and, trying to have a distraction for the next few minutes while we can. Bruh. Here we go. Sarah has had enough. You're not understanding her, you guys. What's wrong with y'all? All this makes total sense.
And you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
you leave them.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It
This
doesn't
whole
matter.
thing, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It's just, you keep.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't make it. Look, it's not going to change my mind. I've seen both videos. I've seen this interrogation video. And quite frankly, I don't give a rat's fat kneecap if you shouted from every rooftop in the world that there was no malicious content or effort and that you unintentionally did all the things that one does prior to going to bed and preparing for sleep. You can say that all day long and twice on Sunday if you want to, ma'am. Hell, you can hire a airplane to fly it, with the little thing on the back with a banner. You can do all the things, but it is in direct conflict with the video that you yourself recorded of you taunting George. You sounded super duper malicious. That video is full of malicious content, Sarah. Lord. And also, Sarah, you're way too old to be using the term, it's not fair. Come on, man. You're an adult. Once you hit adulthood, like true adulthood, 25 and up, at that point, you've had some things that have happened in your life that have been unfair, and you realize that life is not fair. And so stating it repeatedly makes no difference. You've accepted that fact that life isn't fair because it's not.
You're lying, and like you're now changing your story.
Lying about what?
You're now you're drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
Yes.
So you did
Okay,
sober.
here we go with the not drunk. Listen, okay? Anybody who's ever consumed alcohol understands how alcohol works. How can you blame alcohol, but you weren't drunk? You weren't intoxicated. You weren't impaired. It doesn't work like that, Sarah. It doesn't work like that. And let me just say this. Alcohol, in my estimation and life experience, is an enhancer. It can either enhance good or the good in people, or in this case, Sarah, I'm looking at you, it enhances the negative. If this is sober Sarah, who's an absolute delight and a peach, can you imagine what intoxicated, impaired, but not drunk Sarah is like? She's probably like a bowl full of cherries on top of rainbows.
You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
So, but what
did
are you,
keep them
okay,
there.
just,
You left them in there. You're trying to
Oh my
dance around the
gosh,
fact
this
that
is-
you left them in there.
this is not,
You didn't leave him in there?
it's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That it,
He's dead. It's
but
not
you
cool.
think that I did that intentionally.
Stop the interrogation. Stop it right now. This is not cool, y'all. This is not cool. Poor Sarah.
You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left them in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that though, but you have to,
Please
no,
let me out. I can't breathe.
no, George though, like, again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
Really?
it's not a big deal? I'm just valid question.
Well, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened. You went up to bed, woke up the next
Are
day.
you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact because that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you do crazy things.
It doesn't do, it's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him. So.
Wouldn't let him out of the suitcase.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a laughing matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
All
video.
day, all
Not by
day.
that video. That
All
part
day.
wasn't. Anybody looking at it, I don't think anybody
So-
would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that
Well, let's ask the
I-
chat. Let's ask the chat. Let's see if the detective is correct. Please put a 1 in the chat if you've looked at that video and think that George is having fun. Put a 2 in the chat if you've watched that video and think that George is not having fun.
Y'all don't know me. You don't know me.
Nope.
Would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son.
Who are you, Beyonce? You must not know about me. We don't have to know about you, Sarah. We're listening to you. We hear you. We hear the words that are coming out of your mouth, ma'am. There are a lot of bad people in the world that I don't know personally or know, on any kind of like personal level at all. Okay. I've watched their actions, and guess what? Based upon their actions, they're bad people. I don't know Jeffrey Dahmer. He's a bad person. I don't know Ted Bundy either. Bad person.
I don't know
Like,
what
why-
happened with someone.
Like,
Why are you so like caught on what we think
Yeah.
when
because
you should be
it's
more
like
concerned about what you told us?
It's because
And
like you guys are like trying.
The things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you've now
Like,
told
what is
us.
opposite?
Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one laughing.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun,
Well,
because you're screaming at him, he's
I'm
not
not
gonna get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. At all. Ever.
Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it.
Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get that set up.
Do you need any more water? No, but when you come back and I ask about this?
Yep.
So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much to the
How
fact
is
that.
it changing? Please help me explain, understand.
You went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing, and it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
when you're
didn't think
answering
so. Like, just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
it's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well,
I
obviously.
was gonna say, that's, I mean,
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was
okay,
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos.
okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's gonna happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does
but
someone have
that's
their
true.
wits about him when?
See, that's the
they
thing
have all
too,
this
but you can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis. and
Oh
you were
my
screaming at
gosh,
him
right,
regularly.
right,
Really?
right. Talk to the property
Really?
manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not,
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How
Oh
many,
my
you had two neighbors you went
gosh.
to and asked to go to
See,
the
that
restroom.
is just
and
not
you said no.
fair.
Hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
no, okay. Kim and Kim is not a nice person.
Okay.
She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use the restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like, go over there and try over there.
There's two bathrooms.
I would
Both
let
are
somebody go
bathrooms?
upstairs and use my personal bathroom. That's what the
Really?
downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen, and there's stuff in the bathroom, and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way, no problem. And of course they let me in. Them, they're together. They're families. And nonetheless, what you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What does that got to do with you using the restroom?
They didn't want to be involved.
No, I was asking last night, because, I mean, we had several different people in the
Assuming
neighborhood
that
come up saying
Eli
that
and
she was
Kim.
drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim. Okay. Did you ask Vinny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no.
No, she said no. And like I said, not a nice
Yeah,
person.
They're coming. What are your questions?
Yep.
I can help you with.
Who's coming?
To do the
Yeah,
fingernails.
you said that we could.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know, so don't think that it's.
I don't have a problem.
Okay, just make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No,
Not today.
What about Lucas's laptop?
no,
Not today.
not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do our
fine.
due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional.
Sarah, maybe when this first started out, you didn't actually intend for George to die. I don't know. I wasn't there and I'm not in your head. And I don't even want to put a toe dip in that pool that is the inner workings of your mind. Let's just make that clear. Okay. However, every single thing that you did after that was 100% intentional. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with this detective. Stop playing with these people out here in the world, your worldwide audience. I don't even know why I'm saying all of this because, quite frankly, she can't hear me. And even if she could hear me, she would still deny it. So this is pointless for me to even say. Look at that face she's making. Here we go.
What's that?
And is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not gonna
I'm not
read
making
anything that
assumptions.
you're saying. I'm not, that you're.
So he's probation officer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling.
Okay, now, to the uninformed viewer who's just coming in and hearing this question being asked for the first time, and this is the only thing they know, right? And there are a lot of people that are completely brand new to this case. They don't know anything about it. So keeping that in mind, it would on the surface appear that Sarah is asking a question of concern, like, what do I do next? Because I don't know. I personally believe that the reason that she is asking this question is to find out what the steps are, what the process is, or as to term it in the way that Sarah uses, protocol. What is the protocol? What are the investigators doing? This question is a way of, in my opinion, Sarah trying to glean information from the detectives about the trajectory the case is going in. And that is why she's asking. She doesn't give a rat's fat kneecap about calling his probation officer. And also, again, Mr. Owens, Sarah isn't concerned about her phone because that's not the first question she asks.
We don't.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery
Example.
intervention.
Yeah, we
Something
don't
else I
have
was
to
just going to
call
ask. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been because of him being in the suitcase? Or
That's
y'all are
what
saying
she-
that I
that's what-
physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that.
Okay.
Fantastic. So then your defense, which is essentially self-defense, if he didn't touch you, then why did you need to defend yourself again? I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay, so there's been some updates to the Orange County Clerk of Court. We're going to go ahead and switch over there. The state has responded to the defense's motion in limine regarding some of the statements to be excluded. And they've also filed the other motion. The state has also filed another motion in limine. Lord, can't even talk. But first, we're going to deal with their response to the defense's motion in limine. Let me make this big for you guys. See how it looks on the screen. All right, for those that want to read along. So comes now the state of Florida by and through the undersigned state attorney and alleges and states as follows. The state does not object to the defendant's request regarding pages 69 through 71. The state does object to the defendant's request regarding pages 53, 55, 56, and 92. The statements are designed to elicit responses from the defendant, and they did. They are not statements regarding the law or an ultimate issue of fact for the jury. At issue is whether the death was an accident, as she continuously insists in this case, even as recently as October 1st, 2024, not whether she caused his death. The defendant can request the court to read Florida Criminal Jury Instruction 2.8, recorded interview, effective law enforcement statements on the defendant. It reads as follows. You are about to watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detectives Kepsel and Lowen to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officer as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. Okay, now for the next motion. This is the one I was waiting all weekend for. State's motion in limine to exclude battered spouse syndrome evidence or exclude mention of battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to a justifiable use of deadly force. Introduction. The defendant has filed a notice and an amended notice of her intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome evidence in this case. Battered spouse syndrome is not actually a defense to a crime. The introduction of battered spouse syndrome evidence to support a self-defense theory is not for the purpose of justifying a defendant's misperception of reality or to explain why an unreasonable belief was nonetheless justifiable due to her condition. Rather, the Florida Supreme Court has sanctioned the use of battered spouse syndrome to show why the defendant's actions were reasonable, to show in spite of a reasonable perception of danger from the battering spouse, the battered defendant would remain in the home with her batterer, where she may report to the exertion of force against him to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. And then these are the statutes. Facts. The defendant has presented several accounts of what happened on February 23rd, 2020. She made a 911 call at approximately 1:00 p.m. on February 24th, 2020. She spoke to a patrol deputy on body-worn camera shortly thereafter, provided a statement to detectives a few hours later on February 24th, 2020, and provided a second statement to detectives on February 25th, 2020. The defendant retained Dr. Julie Harper as one of her battered spouse syndrome experts in 2020. Over the course of the next several years, Dr. Harper interviewed the defendant about the events of February 23rd, 2020, multiple times. Exhibit A at the hearing on this motion will be Dr. Harper's deposition, which was taken on October 1st, 2024. The state would direct the court to pages 35, 37 through 39, 41 through 42, 44, 47 through 50, 52, 54 through 56, 66 through 67, 80 through 81, and 95 of Dr. Harper's deposition for the defendant's statements about February 23rd, 2020. The state retained Dr. Tanya Werner as its battered spouse syndrome expert. Dr. Werner evaluated the defendant on October 2nd, 2024, and Dr. Werner was deposed on October 4th, 2024. Exhibit B at the hearing on this motion will be Dr. Werner's deposition. State would direct the court to pages 75 through 79 of Dr. Werner's deposition for the defendant's statements about February 23rd, 2020. The state is not asking the court to make any credibility determinations about the defendant's statements to the doctors. That would be for the jury to do, in the full context of a cross-examination with the defendant's statements to law enforcement. What the state is asserting is that, as a matter of law, what the defendant told the doctor does not entitle her to a self-defense instruction, nor does it entitle her to introduce evidence of prior instances of violence, reputation evidence of the decedent's violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence to help the jury understand why what she did was objectively reasonable. The defendant told the doctors that because of past violence between her and the decedent, she had a generalized fear every day that the decedent would cause her serious bodily harm or kill her. However, on this particular day, the decedent did not take an overt action, even in the slightest, that made her believe he would cause her serious bodily harm or death. According to the defendant, when she and the decedent woke up, the decedent wanted to drink alcohol. She did not. So in order to distract the decedent, she suggested they instead clean the defendant's townhome, which they did. At the conclusion of the cleaning, the decedent still wished to consume alcohol. So the two of them began consuming alcohol. The defendant did not want to consume alcohol, but she did so to placate the decedent. The alcohol they consumed was a Chardonnay bottled by Woodbridge. In order to prevent the decedent from becoming sad or upset, she kept him diverted by smoking cigarettes with him, drinking, enjoying each other's company, perhaps using the dartboard on her porch, and doing arts and crafts and puzzles. Although it apparently would upset the decedent, the defendant suggested he call his daughter, who did not like talking to him when he was drinking, or that he call his brother to tell his brother that the decedent had dragged the defendant down the stairs the night before. Having done these playful activities for numerous hours, there came a point where the defendant and the decedent were sitting on her couch in the downstairs living room, and the decedent tagged her and said, "You're it." From past games of hide and seek, the defendant understood this to mean that he wanted to play hide and seek. She begrudgingly engaged in this game, as with everything else, to placate the decedent. She ran up to the shower. After becoming cold and perhaps some misunderstanding about the rule. I'm sorry. The level of snark. All right. After becoming cold and perhaps some misunderstanding about the rules of hide and seek, she left the shower upstairs and returned downstairs to find the decedent placing himself in a suitcase to hide. At the time of his death, the decedent was only 103 pounds and had a blood alcohol level of 0.138. 17. The defendant saw him doing this and decided to zip the suitcase shut while the decedent was inside it. They were both laughing, and there was still no animus between them on this day. The defendant states she did not zip it completely shut. The decedent was able to poke a couple of fingertips through the gap left by the zipper. And then the decedent said he could not breathe. The decedent obviously got mad about not being able to breathe. The decedent's getting mad made the defendant get mad. This reminded her of past violence the decedent committed against her, causing her to be unable to breathe at those times. This made her angry. The defendant shook the suitcase. She lost control and the suitcase flipped. She hit the decedent's fingertips with the wooden bat that was in the room. Now, after having committed the independent forcible felonies of aggravated assault aggravated battery, and non-forcible felony, and the non-forcible felony of false imprisonment, the defendant believed the decedent would kill her. Despite believing the decedent would kill her, the defendant flipped the suitcase over so it was right side up, and she believed the decedent would be able to let himself out. The defendant's specific intent was for the decedent to feel like what it was like for her to choke and not be able to breathe. She intended for him to feel this for 2 minutes and believed he would let himself out. And when that happened, if she died, she died. So now Sarah is of the mindset that not only if she fits, she sits, but she's also like Rocky IV. If he dies, he dies. If she died, she died. Okay. She did not intend to kill him, and she did not believe that leaving the decedent in the predicament she placed him in would kill him. His death was an accident. Now, before we continue on, this number 18 and 19 are very, very important, and let's read them again. And then the decedent said he could not breathe. The decedent obviously got mad about not being able to breathe. The decedent's getting mad made the defendant get mad. This reminded her of the past violence the decedent committed against her, causing her to be unable to breathe at those times. This made her angry. The defendant shook the suitcase. She lost control, and the suitcase flipped. She hit the decedent's fingertips with the wooden baseball bat that was in the room. Now, after having committed the independent, forcible felonies of aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and the non-forcible felony of false imprisonment, the defendant believed the decedent would kill her. This is the first time that I have heard the state's theory of the case, and this is hugely, hugely important because, oh wait, this is the wrong thing. Wait, did I not share this screen with you this whole time? Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so, so sorry. So unprofessional of me. This is the part that's important. And I'm going to leave it up on the screen while we discuss it. Let me scroll down just a little bit. I thought I switched between screens. My bad. I'm so sorry, you guys. Yikes. All right. This is the first time that we've heard the state's theory of the case. I know, B Crumbs. Get it together, Bindi. What's the matter with you? This is the first time we've heard the theory, and now we understand why the baseball bat was taken, because they had, I guess they felt like because it was so close in proximity to the suitcase, that is why it was potentially pertinent to the case. I'm wondering, though, and I'm thinking based on everything that I read that I didn't show you guys, the other 3 pages that preceded this. I'm so sorry, y'all. That this portion, number 18 and 19, came to light potentially during the from the reports from the forensic psychiatrist, their evaluations, their notes, and their ultimate report on what it is that Sarah told them about that day. And so maybe she admitted to this. I'm very, very, my curiosity is super piqued. Okay. And for the record, I want you to see that number 21 reads exactly like I said. The defendant's specific intent was for the decedent to feel like what it was like for her to choke and not be able to breathe. She intended for him to feel this for 2 minutes and believed he would let himself out. And then when that happened, if she died, she died. She did not intend to kill him, and she did not believe that leaving the decedent in the predicament she placed him in would kill him. His death was an accident. Legal analysis. Now we're literally all on the same page instead of you guys looking at the certificate of service. I'm so sorry. I feel awful. All right, let's keep moving. I'm not going to harp on it, though. I feel like I've harped on it enough. All right. Battered spouse syndrome evidence is inadmissible if the defense is an accident rather than self-defense, Wagner versus State. The defendant's testimony is that she intentionally zipped the suitcase out of levity, and while kidding around with the decedent during a friendly game of hide and seek. Then, when the decedent informed her that he could not breathe, she intentionally decided, out of anger, to make him feel like he's trapped in there for a couple of minutes while she beat and shook the suitcase and hit his hand with a baseball bat. This is aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and false imprisonment. She stated that she flipped the suitcase right side up, saw that the decedent could get 2 fingertips through an opening, and she went upstairs to bed believing he would be able to get out in a couple of minutes. She had no intention to kill him, no intention to leave him trapped inside of the suitcase, and she did not even comprehend that he could die from this. The defendant is thus still saying that the decedent's death was an accident, and she is not entitled to an instruction on self-defense or to supplant a self-defense case with reputation evidence, specific incidences of past violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence. The defendant's statement that she perpetually lived in a state of fear of the decedent is not sufficient to allow for a self-defense instruction, and all of the ancillary evidence of reputation testimony, specific acts of past violence, or battered spouse syndrome testimony. However, before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. They cite case law, and in the case law, victim hit defendant with a 2-inch wide foot-long stick in the hand, causing only minor injuries, did not justify defendant's use of deadly force. Comparing the facts of those cases, it is clear there was not even the slightest overt act by the decedent in this case. Prior to the defendant committing aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and false imprisonment, there was no imminent threat from the decedent. There's more case law. You just can't attack somebody as they walk into their front door and slash their throat with a knife because 2 days prior they sent you a threatening text message. If this evidence is improperly admitted, it would be a departure from the essential requirements of the law, which would result in irreparable harm that cannot be corrected by a post-judgment appeal. The state acknowledges that the defendant is entitled to change her story yet again. So if the court does not exclude this evidence now, the defendant should be barred from mentioning battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to something that is a justifiable use of deadly force. Ladd versus State. BSS evidence properly excluded until defendant testifies when that's the only source of information for the defense. And there's more case law. Not improper to exclude expert testimony until the facts are in evidence. And then Wagner versus State. BSS not available if the defense is an accident rather than self-defense. Wow. Okay, so basically what the state is saying here is that they want Sarah to have to get up on the stand and testify first before before the defense can mention battered spouse syndrome at all, because it's their opinion based on statements that Sarah has made, even as late as October 1st, that this whole thing was an accident, and you cannot accidentally use self-defense. It's not how self-defense works. So what they're asking for is that Sarah, the admittance of the battered spouse defense or battered spouse syndrome, not be allowed to be heard in front of the jury until Sarah herself hauls her cookies up to that stand and explains what happened that day, and then mentions something that is an overt act by the decedent, which then would necessitate self-defense. So, Rachel, many people, myself included, have wondered if she hit him with the bat in other areas, not just his hands. I have wondered if the suitcase starting out at the top of the stairs and then being pushed down the stairs, I just can't let that part go because, okay, part of Sarah's story is that they were sitting in the living room on the couch. George tapped her and said, "Tag, you're it." Okay. And then she went upstairs. So let's assume for the sake of argument right now that when she went up the stairs, she ran up those stairs. I think that the neighbors, being Vinny and Brandon, would definitely be able to differentiate the difference in sound between somebody running up the stairs and something falling down the stairs and hitting the wall and bouncing back between the wall and the railing as it's tumbling down the stairs so hard that it shook the wall, because that's what both of them described. That's in their statements to the detectives that we've listened to. So I think that that's a problem for her. I think that, well, I'm sorry, I got distracted by chat. I think that the bat did play a role and does account for some of the injuries, but I think also that the suitcase tumbling down the stairs also caused some of those injuries. And I will be very, very interested in hearing the medical examiner's testimony, because I think that I excuse me. I don't know at this point in time whether the state or the defense, for that matter, has located the neighbors, either one or both of them. I don't know yet. The witness list has been sealed, which I think it should be. I think that's important. So we'll have to wait and see. And apparently it looks like we're going to be waiting until next Monday. Some other comments that were made by the court today were listed under the court minutes. Comments: defense to provide order to allow defendant to wear dress shoes. And also, per the court comments, state placed offer on the record. Defendant rejected offer. Jury selection postponed until 10/14/2024 at 9 a.m. So that's it. That's all. There won't be another record. And why should the state offer her another record? I mean, another record. There was a plea deal made. It was rejected. And that's it. That's all. I don't see why it would be advantageous at all for the state to issue her. I mean, she can still plead. Okay, don't get me wrong. She can plead if she wants to. She can plead guilty. What I'm saying is there won't be a deal, meaning they're not going to give her less time for pleading. Likely, what they'll give her is, maybe the minimum, which is 22 and a half years. That's the minimum that she's facing. And I just want to reiterate that I did the math. I would like to acknowledge my ninth grade algebra teacher, because she did say that we would need to know how to figure out the percentage of things in everyday life. And while I don't use it every day, it is very handy to know the formula for figuring out percentages, which is over of, and then solving for X. So if Sarah took that 15-year deal, 85%, she'd have to serve 85% of the time, right? Before becoming, Florida doesn't have parole. So she'd have to do 85% of her time. 85% of 15 years is 12.75. So that's 12 years, 12 and 3/4 years. Okay. Let's round all the way up to the highest, which would be 13 years. Okay. Essentially. Sarah has done almost 5 of those years. February 25th, 2025 will be 5 years. That means she'd only have to do 6 years more. Her sentence would essentially be halfway done. And she passed on it, which means that on some level, she thinks that if she hauls her cookies up to that stand and testifies, that she is going to be able to explain this to the jury in a way that they will be able to understand, agree with, see the situation from her perspective, and acquit her. So, in my opinion, Sarah, quite frankly, is not an effective communicator. She has, frankly, very poor communication skills. And I just don't see her being able to do that. I think that her getting on the stand and explaining this to the jury in light of those 2 Suitcase videos, I just really cannot see how she's going to change their minds. I just don't see it. I really don't. And I also think that the other issue with her testifying is always cross-examination. And you can see from the interrogation video that we reviewed earlier, in an effort to just have a distraction from everything that's going on, that it's very easy for her to get frustrated and show that frustration in the form of anger. And that is not what Mr. Owens would like for the jury to see of his client. So there you go. Yeah, that's a good point, Hazel Eyes. She probably does think she's going to be acquitted and apologize and get an apology. Oh, I can't believe she passed up that deal. I really cannot. I just cannot even fathom what she was thinking. Anyway, I want to tell you guys thank you all so much for hanging with me this morning till this afternoon, almost 4 hours later. I enjoyed this distraction. Thank you for being here so that I could be distracted. Oh, thank you, fan lady, very much. Fan lady says, opinion as to why the state would offer this now. I think that the reason that they did it, this is just my opinion. I'm not an attorney and I'm not really, it's not legal advice or legal analysis by somebody who is an attorney and knows what they're talking about. This is just based on my experience watching trials. This is what I personally think. I think they did it because they wanted it on record. I think they wanted it on record that they offered her 15 years and that she declined taking the offer. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think they wanted it on record because I do recall in Mr. Owens's initial interview after his first appearance with Sarah, he spoke about him being an intermediary between Sarah Boone and the state. He's not her lawyer at that time, and he was basically the go-between and trying to mediate a plea offer, a plea deal. And I think that, I think that this is something along this plea deal they offered today is something along the lines of of what she was offered during those negotiations and turned them down. And I think that I think that the state wanted that on record. I think they wanted the public to understand that they tried to work with Sarah and that Sarah Booned and acted like she always does. And I think it was for the benefit of the public, not like not like what James Owens did when he spoke about Jorge Torres and his brother. They weren't trying to taint the jury pool, but I do think what they were doing is I think they were showing the public, the taxpayers, listen, we've tried. We didn't want this case to be drug out for 4 years and 7 months. We didn't want the taxpayers to have to pay for 5 lawyers, right? Because first it was Padilla we paid for, Bankowitz, Hobson, Cashman. So 4, because Owens is pro bono. But we're paying for everything else respective to her case. We're paying for the 2 expert witnesses. We're paying for her private investigator. So I think that was them. This was for the public. Listen, we've tried to work with her. We've tried to cut the costs down. Trials are expensive. Then on top of which you say she should be convicted, there will be appeals. She's clearly been found indigent multiple times. So should she want to appeal, the taxpayers will be paying for that. We're paying for the jury. Once the jury is selected and seated, we're paying for 10 jurors, 6 that will deliberate, 4 alternates is my understanding. We're paying for all of this. So I think this was why they did that. But anyway, I thank you guys all for being here and giving me this distraction. And I will be back live tonight. We are going to finish every single letter that Sarah wrote. I had to do it in 2 parts. She's so wordy. Anyway, thank you guys all for being here. Have a great rest of your Monday. Everybody who's in the path or who's in Florida, the state of Florida, stay safe. Follow the emergency management instructions. Be prepared. That's all that you can do. And we will get through this. All right. I'll see you guys. Excuse me. I'll see you guys tonight. Thank you guys again for being here. Thank you, chat, and thank you, mods. I appreciate you all. Bye-bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No militia.
Finish her.
Minutes later.
We all do a little mad sometimes.
And you know this, man.